Okay, everyone, we're getting started. You want to come back in? All right, we're going to get started with the rest of our sessions for the conference. I'd like to introduce Christian Anders. He is the CEO and founder of BTCX from Sweden, and he's going to be presenting on the future of Bitcoin, a holistic view, including social, technical, and psychological elements of Bitcoin. Again, Christian Anders from Sweden, BTCX.
Thank you. So, okay, I'm Christian Anders, and I'm actually, my background is physics. I'm a quantum physicist from the beginning. And I stumbled up on Bitcoin 3 years ago, and for me, I was amazed when I saw like the beauty of the algorithm behind it. And from that moment, I decided to, okay, I want to use this. I'm not sure how, but this is going to revolutionize the world in some way or another. So I quit my job and started a Bitcoin company. I didn't even know what I wanted to do, but I was so passionate. So I started BTCX. It was its first of its kind in Europe. It's not an exchange, it's a broker. I can talk a little bit the difference. So a broker makes it easy to buy Bitcoin or sell Bitcoin. There are many exchanges, and you can of course go and buy Bitcoin at the exchange. You will get a better rate. The problem is, let's take Bitstamp. The problem is that they have many customers. So if you go there and you ask them, okay, hello, I want to buy some Bitcoins. What's a Bitcoin address? They can't really handle that kind of support issues. So a broker, as BTCX, we step in and take the support, and then we charge some extra for it. It's also like a security layer. If an exchange gets hacked or get taken down or anything, we exchange the exchange. Yes. So basically, we enable it a quick and easy way to buy and sell Bitcoins. We can also easily add other cryptocurrencies like Litecoin, Dogecoin, and Leocoin, which is coming. But the big question is, at least for me, is how we get all the sheets on board. How do we get the mainstream? And this is a question I've been working with for, I don't know, 3 years. And of course, every company has its own idea and vision how to do this. Yesterday we heard GoCoin making shopping habits circular. In a way, you shop, you get Bitcoin, and then you need it going back into the ecosystem. So it's a continuous shopping circle. This is good. I have a completely different idea. Let's see here. Yeah, okay. So I want Bitcoin to be usable. If you have Bitcoin today, you can't really go and pay the cab. You can't go and buy food. You might be able to pay your friend if you're in the Bitcoin community, but otherwise it's hard to use them. So we launched a point-of-sale solution, very easy. So if you're in Sweden, so far, you can easily accept Bitcoin solution. This will launch in December last year. So now we have some merchant adoption, but it's very hard. I mean, if you're a merchant and sell your books or shoes or what you do, and someone comes in, oh, Bitcoin, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, Bitcoin, okay. So we really need to work hard with each merchant, which is time consuming. So we decided to not focus so much on selling the product. It's available. And what we notice is what's much easier is e-commerce. It's a more natural step. But we actually chose point to say because Bitcoin is still a very virtual currency. When you go down the street and you see, okay, a Bitcoin sign, we're actually accepting Bitcoin. That makes it more real. So it's important to have a physical location. But online merchant, the BTCX online merchant is e-commerce, and it's coming on really strong right now. PayPal announced a couple of days ago that they're looking into Bitcoin. I'm not really exactly sure what they're going to do with it, but it's very interesting. Bank of England yesterday wrote something about seeing its potential, and it's a good player, a solid statement from a solid authority. So this is also a step for us to make Bitcoin mainstream, giving easy, usable services. What I see the biggest problem with Bitcoin is, yeah, so this is a mobile phone, and Bitcoin is like this. You log into your bank account, and you want to send Bitcoin to your friend. What happens? Probably you won't find send Bitcoin in your online banking. And the thing that made mobile phones turn into this was usability. You could pick up your old phone, if you remember it. Do anyone have a normal old phone here? No one? No one? Okay. This is a, I don't know, good or bad sign for the banks with this analogy. The thing that made a mobile phone take off was that you could use your old phone to call a mobile phone. And this is not working with the Bitcoin system today. So we need to bridge the gap between the banking system and the Bitcoin system. And this is what we're going to do. I'm not going to wait for the banks to integrate Bitcoin, even though some banks are doing it right now. I think it's really good, but I'm very quick. I have my running shoes even when we do the presentation. So we're building a bank, and it's not a normal bank. It's just bank-like services. And we're going to, of course, offer the traditional banking system to integrate Bitcoin with. So it's an easy way. We have to build everything and then say, here you go. So it's easy for the bank or financial institutions like PayPal, which I think PayPal starting using Bitcoin is like the starting bank. Now the race has started. So now we see who is going to win the Bitcoin race. It will be Bank of England, will be Swedish bank. I'm betting for the Swedish bank, or maybe someone in Slovenia. And I love Slovenia so much. I was out yesterday. It's a beautiful city. How many are from Slovenia? Ljubljana. Ljubljana, and how many are from Slovenia? Great, great. One of the cities. So I decided to expand here and see what business opportunities comes around. And then I found a really good business partner. I don't know if you have heard about Ratko, but they are arranging this conference, among others. So now we're going into Slovenia. So yes, so the banks of Slovenia, you're most welcome to come and talk with me. How many are in the banking sector here? 1, 2. And how many are in the payment industry? And how many is in the Bitcoin industry? Now I'm curious. I wonder what the rest of you are doing. Lawyers?
Network.
Network. Yes, network is good. Yes. Okay. So it's a small picture. It's a bank, and people are trying to get their money. It's a real picture. It's a bank crash. I think it was in the 1920s. I'm not sure. But this problem happened to me also. Not really like this. The bank we were using actually closed our accounts, froze our money, and say, okay, we don't really like you. You're into the Bitcoin scene and we don't like the Bitcoins. And there's a good reason for a bank to react like that. They might see Bitcoin as a competitive, they might see it as an AML, a money laundering risk, and they don't want to touch it. They do, however, usually touch money, I mean cash. But they have to touch cash because it's a legal tender. So I decided, okay, this is a problem, not only for me, but for companies all over the world using Bitcoin. So I went to the biggest political space in Sweden, and it's called Almedalsveckan. All the politicians are there, they're partying and talking, and even though they're from different angles in politics, they drink and have fun. So I went there and I started a Bitcoin party, political party, to change the illegal scene. And it was fun. People were really turning their head. I was walking around with this flag, and some people went to me and like, didn't Bitcoin go bankruptcy? And now we're starting a political party. It makes people think, like, what is this Bitcoin thing? So it's really, really nice. We got really many interesting questions. So what do we want to do? The agenda, I could take it down to some few points. The agenda of the Bitcoin party is this is financial transparency. And transparency should go both ways. At the moment, it's the government and the banks can see your bank statements, but you can't see the government or the bank's transactions. So it's unfair. So we want to change that. Transparency should go both ways. Next point is financial freedom. And when I say financial freedom, I mean today you can use cash, and it's freedom. But if you use digital money, you need to have a bank. And it's regulated by law, so it's a power situation. You are below the bank in a power structure. So you're depending on the bank, and that's not freedom. So what we want to do is enabling you to do your finance without the need of a bank. You can still have a bank, but you don't have to use a bank. And the way to do that is to make Bitcoin a legal tender, which means you can get your salary in Bitcoin, you can pay your tax in Bitcoin, you can shop with your Bitcoin, and that's a global goal for the Bitcoin party. So legal tender in all over the world. And the third agenda of the Bitcoin party is protection. Like Superman is flying around and protecting the citizens of, is it New York? Or usually it's New York. All the American superheroes fly around New York or something like that. So we want to make laws that protect your financial privacy, which could mean that I'm using America again. They are a very good example of how not to do things. Some things they're really good in many areas, but some areas they're like crap. And when it comes to privacy, basically a financial institute in America can call a bank in Slovenia and say, oh, hello, we're curious about this transaction. Where did it come from? And they say, oh, it comes from this person. Oh, interesting. Can we get all his financial record for 10 years? Of course, they can say no. But then the American bank said, okay, but you're using dollar. Well, maybe we remove that feature for your bank. And if you do that, the bank will for sure go out of business. So it's a very delicate power play between banks and America and actually all currencies. But if you're a small country like Sweden, what do we have to say about? Okay, then you don't get any Swedish, I don't know, träskor or köttbullar. I mean, it's like we have nothing to compete with them. So laws that actually protect your privacy, which could mean that if someone wants your bank statement, they need to do a legal, like if a police comes into your home, they need to have a paper. Yeah. We think you're doing this, and we want to look. So similar with the financial privacy. I can, in Sweden, we have all the political parties have a flower, except for the Pirate Party, they have a flag. All the others have a flower. So we designed a Bitcoin flower, and this is how it looks. Yeah, that's it. Thank you for listening. And if you have any question, I will be happy to answer them. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you have a question? Okay.
My name is Rudić, Slovenian Press Agency. I believe we met on Skype.
Oh, nice.
Well, I have a question. You're also running an exchange?
A Bitcoin broker exchange.
Okay. I have a question with regarding trading Bitcoin. Well, to me it seems like that trading Bitcoin is somehow rigged, so to say, or maybe manipulated market, in a view that the big whales are pulling the strings, and from time to time it also looks like that these whales are somehow squeezing the juice out of the small investors. So can you elaborate on that a little bit? In your opinion?
Yeah. So this is a problem all financial instrument has. It happened to the Swedish currency not that many years ago, and it's really bad. It's illegal, and yes, you can manipulate any market if you have enough cash. And Bitcoin market is very small right now. I mean, it's still $7 billion or something like that. It's small if you look at the amount of money. And I don't really have a cure for cancer when it comes to that. I just know that when the currency get bigger, it's going to get harder to manipulate.
Okay, but now, in order for the general public more to embrace it, it's a very negative way to see that some small investor will invest and he's in really great danger to lose his investment, since the big whales can do anything they like. So is there a solution for that, or just wait for it to grow and it will be harder?
I think the volatility of Bitcoin will be still like a couple of years for it to stabilize somewhere. And yes, I think growth is the only way to deal with it. Of course, it is illegal to manipulate markets, but with Bitcoin, it's hard to. Maybe if the exchanges were forced to be transparent with all the trades, then the market manipulation will be visible. So that could actually be one way to deal with it.
And another thought. Yesterday I read a good comment, from my opinion, on Wall Street Journal. It said that now Bitcoiners are focusing on one-by-one traders embracing Bitcoin. But on the other hand, I think the great breakthrough would happen if a large merchant like Walmart or someone would embrace it, and they would also save billions of dollars in transaction fees. So is there maybe in your opinion a way, or I don't know, how would the Bitcoiners persuade the big companies to embrace it, Bitcoin for large transactions? Do we need the regulations first, I believe, and next steps?
Yes, regulations, some kind of regulation is healthy. I think the Bitcoin market just needs to mature. Companies like BTCX and GoCoin and Bitstamp, I mean, key players, they need to be more stable. If you look at the company environment, I think at least 50% of all Bitcoin startups fail the first year. And we need the companies working with Bitcoin to be more mature and to get the liquidity and big players in the arena. And what I see is Bitcoin has a super strong community, and it's already existing in more than 150 countries, which is more than 75% of all the countries in the world. There's no other financial system that's so spread. No one. I mean, it's number one. The only issue is not being used. So, and I'm sure it will come. It's maybe we have 5 million users. Half of them are super genius computer hackers or nerds. And who is building the future? From my perspective, it's the computer guys. They're building the web application and so it's a perfect setting for success.
Yeah, I have one other question. You mentioned that you're doing POS. Maybe it was just me who missed it.
Yes.
Is it on only Bitcoin POS, or you're also accepting fiat currencies in it? And if you could also elaborate on some, let's say, successful or interesting use cases and partnerships that you kind of already deployed it and they're using it.
Yes. So we're building everything modular in our system, so we can. We have open API, so if we want to add a new currency, it's super simple. So basically, we publish it, so if you come with a new currency, you can just read our API and make a package for us. Look, and then we can just add your currency. So it's very easy to add a new currency. And this is the case for most Bitcoin companies, because already 2 years ago, people thought, okay, Bitcoin is the first and biggest one, but it might not be the final version. So it's very flexible, all the companies. And success stories, we have, I would say that the point of sale merchants who's accepting Bitcoin, they are truly entrepreneurs and want to try new things, and they love Bitcoin, and they put up big stickers and sign, and also they like that there's no fee and they don't have to depend on a bank. So it's usually merchants who have some alternative ideas who want to change things. So it's and that's a good starting point to get those people on the train, because they're also the one who's always taking the next step. So it's the early birds who's using the Bitcoins.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you explain us maybe how is Bitcoin regulated in Sweden?
Yes, I'm very lucky. Sweden is one of the best places to have a Bitcoin startup in. It's you need to register at a financial institution, but only register. So you don't need a license, which means that there's some basic control, but not so tough. And which means you can just launch a Bitcoin idea, and I think it costs €2,000, and then you're fine. And then we have the tax authority, which are basically saying you don't need to have any VAT on Bitcoin. And on the other hand, they also say, but we are waiting for the European, I don't know, not the central bank, but European financial something to make its statement. But until that, there is no VAT. And also, if you buy Bitcoin, sell Bitcoin, and make a profit, it's just as with any other asset. Like you pay profit tax. So it's very easy, very normal. It's no big brainer in Sweden.
Is it legal to conduct the contract in Bitcoin?
Good question. Could you elaborate the question?
I mean, like, if
You can get the mic.
I repeat the question: is it legal to conduct a contract, business contract in Bitcoin?
Yes, it is. It's legal to do that, and it's legal to pay salaries in Bitcoin also.
That was my second question.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not legal to pay your tax in Bitcoin. Tax needs to be done.
But when you get a salary in Bitcoin, how do you deduct taxes?
Basically, when you pay your salary, you say, I'm paying €2,000 in salary, and then you have an amount of tax. So the tax is in Swedish krona, and the salary, it doesn't need to be in Swedish krona, just that the value is in Swedish krona, and that value is sent into Bitcoin, and that's it. It's super simple. So instead that you have a bank transaction, we just have a Bitcoin transaction.
Okay, but you can hide a Bitcoin transaction, or it's not so visible to tax authorities.
Yeah, that's another issue, which all the countries in the world will be facing really soon. That Bitcoin is it's not really anonymous, but it's very private, which means that you can make a whole transaction without the government to know about it. So they need they need to adapt. They need to make a plan, and one way to do it is when you register a company, you also register your Bitcoin address. And the same thing would go for a private person, and when you get your salary, and also for the government, of course. So they need to register Bitcoin address, so you can see, okay, so this part of the government has spent all this. Then you have financial transparency, basically. But that's my idea. Let's see what happens.
Are you obliged by AML rules?
Oh yes.
Can you tell us what kind of rules? What do you have to follow and do?
Well, basically it's the normal payment procedure as a payment service provider would do. However, being a Bitcoin company, the bank is like looking extra on you. So we're actually doing much more than the law is asking us, because if we don't comply with what the bank wants, they will kick us out. So that's another aspect. It's tough to be a Bitcoin company because the bank are putting much more demands than other companies need to do. But basically, we just do a passport photo, telephone number, personal so security number, depending on how large the transaction is also.
This is about know your customer.
Yes, know your customer, yeah.
And you store all this data and photocopies and so on.
I mean, there are professional companies dealing with this, so the easy way is just to hire them and they do it for you. In the beginning, we did everything ourselves because it's cheaper, but it's more hassle also. Yes, thank you. Okay, I think the time is running out, so last question.
Thank you. I want to ask a question regarding the salary that you said before. The thing that I'm confused is what is the exchange rate you use for in Bitcoin? Where do you look for the exchange rate? I ask that for example, if we work as a company with foreign currencies, we need to look at the banks, I mean, Estonian bank exchange rate for them. I mean, Bitcoin has exchanges, the volatility is there, you can say, I bought it for 1,000. Yes, I think 3 days before there was a spike on BTCE for $3,000 per Bitcoin.
So Bitcoin will not be a legal tender for a while, since the exchange rate is so volatile. It will be very hard to do that. So the best I would say that the best practice is to use the exchange rate from the biggest exchange in your area, which is Bitstamp. We use Bitstamp here. Yeah. But Google has an exchange rate for Bitcoin, so you can use Google also. But I'm not sure. I would rather trust the exchange than Google, at least for a while. Yeah, Prev is good. It's using different exchanges. Usually I use Prev, and then I just click in Bitstamp. Prev takes an average of several exchanges. But for me, in my business, the exchange rate is very important, so I need to. I mean, we're calculating the exchange rate down to Satoshis, so we know exactly what you're paying. And Prev and Google don't do that, they take less. So.
Are you BitcoinAverage.com?
I haven't used that one. I will look into it.
There is some difference from Prev and Bitcoin Average. Bitcoin Average excludes the exchangers that has not all the requirements yet. So you have some difference from one and the other.
Yes, the market maturity problem. So we need to mature. Okay, time's up. So thank you everyone for your questions. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you, Christian. So next we're going to hear from Ratko Rudić, who's the co-founder of Blocker.io. Blocker was actually recently acquired by CoinBase, so he's going to talk about the Blocker.io ecosystem and why they were acquired by CoinBase.
Welcome to the Blocker.io presentation. We started Blocker.io for two reasons. The first reason was because we were so fed up with we were so frustrated by the blockchain info API limits that we needed a good solution. We had at the time a couple of applications, Bitcoin applications, and they all were using blockchain info's APIs. And we got every day banned by their limits, and we couldn't develop our applications anymore. And the second reason was because we asked ourselves if we can handle an application that would have 40 million records of transactions in it, and 30 million addresses, and about 250 million trades. And we asked if we are able to do such an application. And at the end, we did. So we were three persons. We were two developers, Sasha, Matija, and me, and one splendid designer, Roussel. And we were hacking on Blocker.io in our free time, after the 8-hour normal work that we had, and on weekends. That's why it was about a year in development, alongside with other projects that we've been doing. For those of you that don't know, Blocker.io is a blockchain explorer, much like blockchain info. But blockchain info is, of course, bigger, since it's been around for much longer time. When I was approached to do this presentation, I was naturally very happy to speak about Blocker.io and what the future is about, what things we've done with it. But since that time, a couple of things have changed. In the mid-2014, this year, Blocker.io was acquired by CoinBase. It's a San Francisco-based company, and all the assets of the Blocker.io are now in possession of the CoinBase. And I'll talk about CoinBase a bit later. Right now, I want to tell to any developers that are here that Blocker wasn't the first project that we've done. We had at least 5 or 6 projects that we were working on, and those projects failed. And I want to say to the developer that it's not a problem. Projects fail, but you get more experience. You won't do the same mistake again. You will learn from the mistakes you've made. And why I'm saying this is, I want to say also that if you're doing a Bitcoin project, do it in a team. It's best to be in a team of 2 or 3, so that you have one other developer around, you can exchange ideas, so that you can, get the corner cases okay, and have a designer, because developers are not designers, and never will be. But if you have 2 designers, that's okay too, but have at least one. And keep, if you're working on Bitcoin projects, keep working on a single project, or maybe on 2 projects. Don't have like 5 projects, because you won't finish any of them. Keep yourself focused on one project and say to yourself, I'm going to finish this project, and then I'm going to move on. And until you do that, you will probably, if you don't do that, you will probably fail with other projects also. Just to prove what we've done is, like, we tried mobile applications. These are screenshots from our mobile application, and in 2012 there wasn't many mobile applications, but we failed on some other level. We kind of did a demo, but failed otherwise. Then we tried. We had a website where you could exchange bitcoins really fast, not in this time-minute intervals, but faster. And I still have this card. These are physical cards that we've made, we printed, but the project failed as at some point didn't go online. And then we tried with a trading site. We also did the trading site. We've done the trading engine, but then failed at the user interface. So the trading site also didn't go on. And while we were developing all these other applications, there was one that was always with us, and that was the Blocker. It wasn't called the Blocker at that time. It was just a bunch of software on top of the database. we communicated with the API request to it. But it was all the time around, and we said, look, we failed with all these other projects, but we have this one that is really stable and really looking good. So we said, okay, let's publish the blocker to the general public, and that's what we did. In December 2013, we bought the domain, and we published blocker on the internet. We let the general public know that it's there, and we started communicating with the with all the software engineers and with the community. So we changed the blocker to have some additional features, and blocker grew and became bigger in that period. So we upgraded to version 5. We did some design changes, and we are currently at version 6. And version 6 has this nice landing page where you can see what's going on with all the digital coins that we support. You know, you don't have to go to 7 different pages and see if if those coins are going up or down. You can just see one page and see, and you say, okay, my coins are going up or down. Architecture and technology of the blocker. I could talk really long about this, but I wanted to say just a couple of focus points that we use. So if anyone is interested in technology that we use, you can always catch me outside or later on, and I'll be happy to chat. The big things that we've done is, at the start, we asked ourselves, how are we going to connect to the Bitcoin network? And Bitcoin J, for example, wasn't at that time a viable solution. So we had either we could create our own product that would connect to the Bitcoin network, or we could use the official Bitcoin D. And since we were only a team of 3 and only 2 we were developers, we chose to use the official Bitcoin D client. And it was a great idea because after so many months, we don't have any problems connecting to the network. All we do is just we question Bitcoin D, do you have a new block? And if the Bitcoin D says, yes, I got a new block just now, we take that block, we parse it, and we put it into the database, and then we show it to the users. And when you have such a big database, you have to be extra careful what to take, what kind of database to take. And at the beginning, we tested all kinds of databases. We tested MongoDB, we tested the regular SQL servers, we tested Redis, we tested Twitter Storm, and all kinds of databases. But at the end, we decided to go with the old school, 20 years old proven technology of SQL databases. Why? The biggest reason was because they were ACID compliant. And that means that when new block comes and I want to parse it and insert it into the database, I want to start a transaction. I start a transaction, calculate on that block, and then write the block into the database, and afterwards I commit. And my database stays proper all the time, because either this block commits into the database or it doesn't. I don't have like an intermediate state where I would have wrong balances for addresses. And that was a big thing. Right? And you have to have the SSD disks. SSD disks are like 10 to 100 times faster for databases than regular old rotational disks. That was the biggest improvement, was changing to SSD disks. And you have, for this kind of databases, you have to have lots of memory. We have servers with 90 or 120 gigabytes of memory. So all the database can be cached in RAM and accessed very quickly. And you have to have cache, right? You don't want every visitor that comes to your page go directly to the database, to hit the database. You want to give him a pre-cached page. And with Bitcoin, that's relatively easy, since when a new transaction comes, it doesn't really change much or ever. So there's really good caching solutions. And why? Because we were such a small team, we did not have any budget. We rented some servers at the Hitzner collocation, and we made it independent. So all our servers are independent units. Everyone can be shut down so that it can be upgraded or changed. And they are not linked in between, because if they would be linked in, between them, we could not upgrade any of them. And I want to say that developers make errors. They make mistakes. And that's why we created hundreds of tests. And when we commit, when we change any of the structure or any code, we always run these tests. If tests are okay, we push things to life. If tests are not okay, then we're lucky we have those tests. Worst case scenario is the last point I want to stress to the developers. You have to sit down and see what the worst cases would be for your application. So did we. What would happen if you suddenly have hundreds or so more visitors than you have? Would you survive that? What if your server load gets too high? Would you be notified of that? What if database gets corrupted? How fast would you create a new server with fresh database? You have to have an answer for that. Otherwise, you will respond badly in these worst-case situations. And it happened to us. We were not ready. We rented those servers on some co-location in Germany, and the network of that provider went down. And that was like an hour without a blocker. And since when the network came up, we immediately responded to those to the hit snare, and we said we want to move a couple of servers out of the co-location to another geolocation. So now we have it's still in Germany, but the servers are on different co-locations. So if one network goes down, the blocker IO still stays on. Database size is one problem that all these cryptocurrencies face. Since we are a blockchain explorer, we have to keep all transactions in our database. So the database only grows and grows. And at the beginning of 2014, the Bitcoin database for us was about 60 gigabytes in size. And now, these days, it's 80 gigabytes in size. So we accumulated 20 gigabytes of data, of transactions, in 1 year. And you have to be ready, and you have to answer yourself a question: what if Bitcoin really goes mainstream? I mean, really, really mainstream. Like if my grandparent would start using it, transparently somehow, but it would be Bitcoin. What happens then? How would you take all those extra transactions? Where will you store it? Sorry? It will probably go exponential, but you have to be ready. At least for you have to look in at least a year in front, right? So the answer would be either to buy new SSD disk, which is a shorthand solution, but it's a viable option since there are now like 400 gigabyte SSD disks. But you can also do sharding by databases, and that's really easy with Bitcoin. You say blocks from 0 to 200,000 are on one server, and the other blocks are on the other server. That's really easy with Bitcoin. Traffic. Blocker has around 10 to 20 people browsing it all the time, and many, many more that are using it through the APIs, which was the primary reason that Blocker was created. And you have to be ready, as I said, for those spikes when your address is listed on /dot or on Hackers News or Bitcoin Talk. At that time, you get a sudden increase in users, which is like 100 times what you are normally having, and you have to survive that. If you don't survive that, if you crash, then people will not won't be using you. They will think that you cannot operate such a big amount of data. Now, why would you use Blocker IO? Well, you would use it just because we do the transaction processing for you. You can always come to us and ask, what amount do I have on my account? And we respond to you that much. And you can ask for any other address. You don't have to have all these millions of transactions. on your server, you can ask us or any other Bitcoin. You can ask Bitcoin Info or any other BTC or any other service like that to give you the information. And I want to stress that, and I've been talking to developers a lot, and I've been saying to them that don't trust a single site. Don't trust don't trust us. Don't trust Bitcoin Info, blockchain info. Don't trust BTC. You have to create your application so that it would connect to at least 2 blockchain explorers. That's how you will then trust that the amount that the blockchain explorer is saying that is on the address. Because if you're really a bad guy and you own a site blockchain explorer and people ask you what's the amount on my address, you could say to them that they have more amount than they really have, and that would really be bad for their business. They would think that they got the amount from some client, and they would process the client, and that's the trust that you have to give to those that run blockchain explorers. So always connect to at least 2 blockchain explorers. Now the CoinBase. Well, in the talks with CoinBase started in the spring of 2014. The Coinbase was not the first company that contacted us, but they were the most professional ones. They offered us to stay in San Francisco pro bono, meaning that they were paying for airline tickets, the Airbnb apartment, and every cost that we had in San Francisco. We stayed there for 10 days. We watched them, how they work, what they do, and they watched us, of course. And on the way back, we were discussing, and we really liked the professional way they are handling their company. I mean, they went to the state, to the Congress representatives, and they talked with Congress representatives about the Bitcoins. They were educating them, the government, about Bitcoins, and they did out of their own, because they wanted to do that. It didn't the government call them. They went on their reason to the government to explain them about it. And they give free Bitcoins to the students so that students know what the Bitcoin does. They give them small amounts, yes, but some students might take on the Bitcoins because of that. And they have huge support staff to work with the communities. And we like that very much. And they're hiring developers, meaning that they're expanding. They know what they want to do in the future. It's not like they have one page that doesn't change for 4 years and all it does is exchange. They're really looking forward to the future. And from their side of view, they are looking for the teams. They could always go to a headhunting agency and say, we want 3 developers. And what could happen? It would happen that those 3 developers could be really good developers, but they wouldn't work together in a team. So that's why those companies in the United States try to buy a team, because they know they're okay working in a team. And also, there's a financial issue here. If you go to a headhunting agency, you have to pay them for the guys that they give you. That's like $50,000 for one. So to get 3 developers, you would probably pay 100 to 150,000 developers to the headhunting agency. And if you look at the amount they paid for our visit, it's like 5% of that amount. It really is cheaper for them also. I want to stress at the end that there's no problem in failing. You fail, your projects fail, you get on, you start another project. You will get successful one day or another. And work in a team, that's very, very important. If you're a developer, don't be a developer of your own. Have at least one other guy that you can talk about the solutions or the ideas that you have, and release early. See what the community needs. See if your solution is the right one for the community. It might be wrong. You might change something, but it's better to change it early on and not later on when you've done the project to the end. And go with the flow. See how it goes. Release your product and see where it will go. That's it. Now you can ask questions.
Hi, I have a rookie question. Can you list a few biggest advantages of blockchain?
Of blocker or blockchain?
Blockchain.
Advantages of blockchain.
Yeah. Just simple for our readers.
Well, blockchain is not something that we've come up with.
Yeah, but you're exploring it, then you must be familiar with it, therefore.
We are. You want an interesting stuff in the blockchain that we have, or what?
No, I mean, the best advantage is the blockchain from the Bitcoin brought to the world, in your opinion, you know. To explain to the readers that are not so tech.
Well, it might be a better one to answer that was a talk, a couple of talks back when there was a Matija Mazi who was explaining Bitcoin. I think he had made a few really good points how to explain the Bitcoin to the general public. And that goes along with the blockchain idea also, because blockchain is Bitcoin.
Yes.
So if you explain, if I say blockchain is Bitcoin, then it's the same as explaining Bitcoin. It's like, what did he say? It's like email towards the old-fashioned post, right? It's a new way of doing business, monetizing and stuff.
I had in mind like it's public, it's transparent, like you can trace transactions or.
Well, it's not really that anonymous. It's public. I mean, yeah, blockchain is public. It's for everyone to see. You can go on, you can see every transaction from the beginning of transactions. There's no limits. You can also see the transactions that will come into a blockchain. There will be valid transactions. But I want to stress out that it is anonymous, but it's not really that anonymous for everyone, because right, if you use blocker, if you would have access to the database, you can easily see who has been sending money from some address, and link those addresses together, and you could easily see how much money a person has. You wouldn't know the name of the person, but you can easily deduct how much money he has in all his wallets. So you have to be, I mean, extra careful if you want to split your balances like with the company or something that you don't want everybody to know. You don't want to have it in the same wallet.
Are you familiar with dark wallets?
Dark wallets?
Yes. Tell us something about that.
No, I'm not that familiar. Is anyone? Are you?
No, that's what I'm asking.
I've never heard it.
Okay.
Yeah. Anonymous wallet says you can. Yeah.
It's making harder to trace the transaction, because in dark wallets you put more different accounts, bitcoins inside, and you mix them. It's like a Bitcoin mixer or something. Yeah. So it's a wallet with a mixer. Okay. And with mixer you made the transaction more harder traceable.
Okay, I didn't know that by the name of dark wallets, but there are a couple of companies where you can say that you want to transfer money to this address, and they do it for you in a bunch of other transactions and through other addresses, and really they do anonymize your transaction. Because the only thing that is relevant is that the guy receives that amount of money, and he doesn't need to know where it came from, and that company really does that through so many addresses that it's untraceable back to you.
I would like to ask two questions. First one is, what is the value of Blocker.io for the users? So why are they going there and what are they doing there? And the second one is, what is your current and future business model?
Well, the first question would be that the amount of transactions that you would have to have on your disk is really big. And if you look at the applications, for example, the phone applications, they don't have that much space to have all the transactions that have happened in the Bitcoin. And those phone transactions only need to know how much money you have in your address. So phone applications, for example, would ask the blocker how much money I have on my address, and they would show you that. That's one of the use cases, right? Because phones are really such a thing that really needs are always online. They could really use blocker, and they don't have as much space as a personal or desktop computer. So you can have your own wallet on your disk, but that takes like 60 gigabytes or 40 gigabytes of space, and you don't have that amount on your phone. So you, in phone applications, you would link to the Blocker.io. All the questions about your address, how much money you have on your address, and the same goes also with the standard applications, right? If you don't want to work and debug and develop all these things to connect with the Bitcoin node and do all the APIs, you can put that aside and just connect to the other blockchain explorers, and you don't have then problems regarding disk space, or you don't have to manage the application that would not normally connect to the Bitcoin node. And the second question was the future of Blocker. The business model of Blocker. Well, I had a slide about business model. I had it in my head, but since the things changed and the Blocker is now in the hands of CoinBase, which is very community-oriented company, it's in their hands, the future of Blocker. And I didn't say that before, but we were a team of 3, and 2 guys went to San Francisco. They chose to join CoinBase, and I choose not to, for my personal reasons. So I have to be here in Slovenia. But so they would be the ones that could tell you what the future will be. It's out of my league.
Hi. I have a question. Did I understand you correctly, or I'll ask it differently? If you were to develop an application for a smartphone or anything like that, or a service that had to do something with Bitcoin transactions, you would not prefer to do that on your own server, being a node, and doing it on the transactions, but you would prefer to use, as you mentioned, 2 APIs of a blockchain explorer.
Yes, I would do that, because it's such a fast world. You have to create your own phone application. You don't have time to bother with connecting with the Bitcoin nodes and doing another hard application that would connect to the Bitcoin node. You just do your own phone application and connect to the Bitcoin node through the blockchain explorers. I would most certainly do that, because it would let you so much more time for your own application. You don't have to worry about if the address is correct or if transaction is okay and not. I mean, but it's important not to trust a single blockchain explorer. Always connect to at least 2 of them. So if we had this issue when the blockchain info went down. It was like in the start of in the start of summer, when blockchain info was down for 2 days, and there were really companies that based their business model on blockchain info. They didn't think that blockchain info could be down, and it was really bad for them. We had tons of emails and users at that time because they needed a second block explorer. And they didn't think of that before. That's one of those worst case scenarios. If you link your application to a blockchain explorer, don't let that be a single point of failure for you. Connect to two of them. So if one goes down, you still have another.
Okay, then a logical follow-up question here would be, do you believe that even for such application that would require a lot of API calls, like large volume, do you believe blockchain explorers will be free for such users indefinitely?
Well, indefinitely, I don't know, but I think yes. Because everybody, if somebody says, now I'm gonna take like what, $5 for 100,000 views of blockchain data, there will be in at least a month a new company that would be free. I mean, since the data is free, if you start taking money for that, there's gonna be another company that will make that free again, for sure. That's it? Right.
Next, we're going to hear from Rudić of the Bitcoin Association of Slovenia. He's going to provide a brief timeline of history of Bitcoin activity in Slovenia. So, welcome.
Where's the presentation mode? So we don't have the presentation mode for PDF, but no problem. So today I'm going to talk briefly about Bitcoin presence in Slovenia. So, who am I? I'm a Bitcoin enthusiast and a computer security specialist. I'm currently studying computer science at the University of Ljubljana in Slovenia. As an active member of the local Bitcoin community, I've been organizing a Bitcoin meetup since 2013. I'm the co-founder of Bitcoin Association of Slovenia, where I'm currently serving as president. So firstly, I'll show you a couple of facts about our country, and then I'll proceed with showing you the yearly overview of Bitcoin history in Slovenia. So here are some facts. Slovenia is a country with a population of about 2 million people and with about 1.3 million internet users. It is a quite small country, ranked 155th in the world by area. Although it has a small market, Slovenia has been quite progressive in adopting new technology. We have one of the best fiber cable coverages in the world. Besides that, we have also developed and adopted electronic payment systems called Moneta and Ljubljana, which are widely used today. Slovenia is one of the biggest adopters of Bitcoin per capita by Google search rankings and number of Bitcoin nodes. There is an estimated 1,000 to 3,000 Bitcoin users in Slovenia. Well, there's actually no way of knowing the exact number of Bitcoin users in the country, but there's over 600 users in our local Facebook group alone.
It's amazing that we already have 4 Bitcoin ATMs installed in Ljubljana. So, the most famous Bitcoin company from Slovenia that you've probably heard of is Bitstamp. Bitstamp is one of the leading Bitcoin exchanges in the world. It is known for its stability and lack of incidents. Its current monthly volume is over $100 million US, from which they take from 0.2 to 0.5% fee. Bitstamp has received a $10 million investment from Pantera Capital Management Fund earlier this year. So another noteworthy company is Blocker.io, but you've heard all about it in the previous presentation. So I'll now proceed with showing you a timeline of most noteworthy Bitcoin events in Slovenia. Although Bitcoin was launched in 2009, 2011 was the first year that Bitcoin attracted attention in Slovenia. Bitstamp was founded the same year by Nate Skolic and Damian Medlak and opened for trading in August. Back then, the Bitcoin Slovenia Twitter account was registered and threads about Bitcoin projects appeared on Bitcoin Talk and Slotek forums. The same year, our Slovene party started accepting Bitcoin donations, although they had to later quit accepting due to legal reasons, but had resumed doing so in 2014. As for the price is concerned, 2012 was quite a calm year. Bitcoin price was slowly rising towards $13 at the end of the year. In 2012, the first Bitcoin Slovene Bitcoin event took place in Kiberpipa, a local hackerspace, where founders of Bitstamp and several other speakers spoke about Bitcoin basics and their Bitcoin projects. You can actually find that video on YouTube. After that meeting, the video called "What is Bitcoin?" got translated into Slovene language. Bitcoin.si website was launched that year, and Slovene Bitcoin community slowly expanded. 2013 was a roller coaster. There were 2 major price bubbles that year. The lowest price was $13 in January, and the highest was over $1,150 in November. In March, we came up with the idea of registering an official Bitcoin society, so we started with the formation of a Facebook group called Cryptovalute, which is one of the main communication channels of Bitcoin community in Slovenia. In October, just after the FBI closed down Silk Road, we organized the second yearly meeting in Kiberpipa, where we gave talks about security, darknet, Silk Road, and Bitcoin technology. After the event, we started organizing monthly meetups. As expected, the interest in our community was correlating with the price of Bitcoin. Our regular meeting place was a restaurant that accepted Bitcoin, and when the price was over $1,000, the place was packed. People didn't have anywhere to sit. In December, the Slovene tax authority issued a statement about cryptocurrencies, which in essence states that profits from Bitcoin capital gains for individuals are taxed, although minors should pay 25% tax. By the end of the year, several places have already begun accepting Bitcoin. Today, dozens of places in Slovenia accept Bitcoin. Kuponko, the Slovene version of Groupon, is one of them. In March, news broke out that Bitstamp has received a $10 million investment from Pantera Capital Management Fund. In March, our non-profit Slovene Bitcoin Association was officially registered. This year, several Bitcoin ATMs were installed. There were one-way ATMs, but the most recently installed ATM is a two-way machine that was installed in Hotel Spa. In August, one of the largest Bitcoin companies, CoinBase, acquired the Slovene company Blocker. And today, we are taking part in the first Bitcoin conference in Slovenia, which will set a milestone in local Bitcoin history. So here are some contacts of our Bitcoin association. Slovenes are welcome to join and contribute. And in October, we'll organize the 3rd annual Bitcoin event, so keep tuned. If you would like to join the association, you can find me later and ask me for the registration form. And another interesting development in the Slovene community is the formation of Bitcoin Institute, but my colleague Sergey will tell you more about that. So this has been a brief overview of Bitcoin presence in Slovenia. I'm sure we'll keep disrupting the Bitcoin world with awesome projects in the future. Thank you. So, any questions? Thank you.
Next, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce Sergey Balshik, who recently founded the Bitcoin Foundation affiliate for Slovenia. And just a little bit more about the affiliate program. The Bitcoin Foundation is a global network. We focus on acting global, thinking global, but acting local. And they recently formed this chapter, and he's going to share a little bit more about it. Just like the Bitcoin Association of Slovenia, you're more than welcome to join the Bitcoin Foundation of Slovenia, and from there, also, you will be connected to the Global Bitcoin Foundation. So welcome, sir.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I'm going to start with a quick introduction of the Bitcoin Foundation global organization. So the foundation was founded in 2012 and currently has offices in Washington, D.C. and Seattle, Washington. In 2014, a UK office was established, and current chapter affiliates include Australia, Bangladesh, Canada, Denmark, Germany, Mexico, Netherlands, Romania, and recent addition Slovenia. And we're really happy to be an affiliate chapter here in the region with the first with our neighborhood. If you pay attention, you will notice that no of our neighboring countries is affiliate at this time, so that's great. The vision of foundation is to ensure that all people have the opportunity to realize the potential that Bitcoin brings. That vision translates into our mission, which is to standardize the core protocol of the Bitcoin, protect the network decentralization, and promote Bitcoin adoption. And the mission is really translated very closely into the focus. So we're focused on our mission as we understand that these areas ensure the growth and adoption and maturation of Bitcoin in the long run. The priorities of the foundation are to take care of to focus on the core development, on global policy and education and outreach. And here the text is maybe a little bit small, but foundation funds developers in the core development to tackle specific scalability and security challenges that Bitcoin has. We would like to increase the transaction per second throughput and minimize orphan rates for miners, and implement this. These are the technical, maybe two technical things, but the key here is that the foundation understands and the core priorities, and we would like to play a key role in making sure that these get addressed properly. The global policy is a very important area, and the foundation wants to build the policy teams in major Western capitals, national capitals, and expand the policy work to the emerging market economies and all over the world. Also, one of the priorities is to build a rapid response team that can react to policy threats globally. That is, for example, if there is in a specific country, if there would be a threat that some really unfavorable policy would be close to pass or something like that, this response team would make sure that the issue is addressed from the foundation point of view, and that is communicated to the local authorities. Education and outreach is to launch campaigns to improve Bitcoin perception, to work with the press locally, and to launch developer conferences for Bitcoin. Just a second, this is a little bit. As Elizabeth mentioned earlier, the expansion of the foundation globally is designed so we built an international network of local organizations that work together with the foundation to educate, promote, and the use of Bitcoin. And we also share resources, including the brand and materials, and basically we're trying to act like a global organization should act. Bitcoin Foundation local chapter in Slovenia was just established, and in September, which is a couple of days ago, as Zavod, Bitcoin Institute, Zavod is only understood to the local people, but they will understand that we're a non-profit. And this is a Slovenian chapter of the Global Bitcoin Foundation. And we have a shared vision, mission, and focus with the global organization. But we have a localized website, which is currently at the launch site only in English, but it will be become available in Slovenian shortly with the specific Slovenian content. The current board members of the foundation are myself as the president and chairman. Then we have Žiga Turk, which is a well-known former political figure. He was a former minister of growth and is currently a professor at the University of Ljubljana. Then we have Alexander Kutzler, who is a long-term enthusiast of Bitcoin. Also, Gregor Karlošik is a recent addition. I try to recruit few new people to the foundation, not just the established people. So Gregor Karlošik works in Petrol, which is the major power utility in Slovenia, and he works as a power trader. Actually, he leads the power trading group there. Then we have Gregor Knafels, who all of you know as an organizer of this event. Luka Pušić was just here on the stage. He founded the Slovenian Association of Bitcoin and is doing great work on the university level, promoting Bitcoin to the students. And then we have Žiga Bubinac, which I recruited from my last job at PricewaterhouseCoopers. He's a great young consultant with a lot of potential, I think, and so happy to have people like that. Our immediate goals in Slovenia are, to the end of the year, to produce and localize and distribute educational material resources that is currently being prepared by the global organization. Also, we will try to produce some local content. We will organize Bitcoin educational and outreach events for the business community specifically. We will focus on the top C-level managers as we say in consulting. We will establish dialogue with Slovenian government and within the government with all the relevant agencies. And we will also launch initiatives to facilitate use and adoption of Bitcoin. And you will hear about that before the year end. So, how are we funded? So the foundation is funded through memberships and through donations. As an individual, you can join on the annual and on the lifetime basis. And you can read on the website about specifics of the membership benefits. And as a business, you can also, for the businesses, we created several tiers in order to address different sizes of the companies, also to address, to give a proper tier for startups and for small companies to join. And you can, again, the best thing is to check the slides later on or to go on the website and understand what are the specific benefits at the specific level. For the membership tiers, this is the pricing. And I would like to point out that silver and gold, those are for anybody to join, but on the platinum level, I think this is limited to a maximum 4. So and I think currently we have 1, right? Elizabeth, yeah. Okay. So that would be it. I invite you to give me some questions or for a discussion. So.
Can you tell how many of the core developers are paid by you?
By the Global Foundation, I think 1 or 2. Two at this time. And this is a full salary.
And they're responsible to
one of them is Gavin and Roussel, who I know. And the second one, I don't know personally. Elizabeth, can you take over?
Yeah, so just basically about the core development process, the foundation's focusing a lot on decentralization. So we really encourage a lot of community members and businesses, like for example, BitPay, to hire on core developers, so it's very dispersed and decentralized. We have Gavin Andreessen, our chief scientist, and then a few other developers who have been brought on to really focus on the core protocol. Gavin focuses on kind of the overarching message. But then there are a lot of other core developers who have been around through the years and who also work with individual companies like Jeff Garzik, who works for BitPay, but also is working on the core client.
Thank you.
Do you have already some future events planned like this?
The events that I talked about, yes, we have very specific initiatives already planned and specific events, but until the end of the year, yes. But I'm not ready to announce them here, but yes, there will be a very focused event only for the business community, for the top managers, through the organizations that are active in Slovenian business community. And we will have a very specific initiative for to promote use and adoption of Bitcoin of the people of Slovenia.
Have you already talked to some government institutions? Or?
Informally, because we have just been founded, and so this was really this was the shortest onboarding process so far, and it was at the last minute, and we were successful doing that. And actually, what I need to share is that the initial or the contacts that I've got from the government are all positive. I haven't got anybody until now that would be in any shape or form negative or reserved. They are all like open and enthusiastic. So I think I hope that we can continue this way.
And were there any official contacts from the government?
Well, official, I mean, if I talk to the government employee, I mean, that's official, I would say. But no, we will take the lead, and we will approach the government and ask for a dialogue, clearly. Okay.
Yeah. What's the difference between the Bitcoin Association and Foundation Institute in the local level?
At the local level, yeah, okay, I'm happy to explain that. So, the Bitcoin Foundation Slovenia chapter, it's really, our focus is really to work very aligned with the global foundation, and that's our focus. And whereas Bitcoin Association is very local, and Bitcoin Association might have some initiatives or some events or anything that are really not our focus, or that we would not have resources available to promote those. So in that case, we will always help them, we will support them, and the reason that we have a local, I mean, the separate organization is that we can really focus on working very aligned with the global organization. That's our focus. Whereas today it's more like local. That is not on the agenda of the global foundation.
On top of that, I hear that association is also accepting the membership. I mean, in terms of competition, or if a member registered as under association is also allowed to go with the Bitcoin Institute, or how it works. Switching. The switching membership.
The switching membership, yes. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. I can get back to you. Do you have an answer?
You can be a member of both organizations. There in countries, there are certainly associations and Bitcoin Foundation affiliate chapters. The global chapter affiliate initiative was recently launched, and so I think the overarching message and purpose is just to foster community in each country, and then also with the Bitcoin Foundation Global to have a larger network for chapters to plug into, to share ideas, to network with, especially when it comes down to regulatory and policy issues. The Bitcoin Foundation Global has a whole policy team already in place and best practice guides, and the goal of spreading it to the local level is to provide you guys with an opportunity to chime in with insight and also have things catered to your needs and also in your language. So we're all trying to work together. I mean, that's the main purpose, to spread mass adoption of Bitcoin and educate and get more people involved.
I need to point out these organizations are not set up to compete, but to work together. And I, as a chairman, will always promote cooperation, no competition. Thank you.
Alright, so we're going to conclude today with a panel discussion. Sergi, you can come back up, and Jesse as well. We're going to just be kind of wrapping up the conference with dialogue on the future of Bitcoin, that term I've used before, global financial inclusion, and Alexis is going to be joining us in just a little bit. So this is a time just to recap, and we're going to have a good amount of Q&A and all, and we want to hear from you too, your thoughts after this conference. So yeah, I think we'll just get started. But I think the big thing, maybe for you guys, is to share like what your takeaway was from the conference in terms of ideas spread around, and after this, maybe the future of Bitcoin, you think, in a few years, but then also specifically for Slovenia. So I don't know if you want to start, Suji, or Jesse.
I just did it, so you just did it.
I guess okay. So, I mean, I think it was really great to see everyone here, and just to think of a lot of the local level movements here in Slovenia with Blocker.io, and just seeing how when they were acquired by more global company. And then specifically just hearing some of your stories of how you're applying Bitcoin for some companies here, and then the growth of ATMs, and taking the lead and even forming the Bitcoin Foundation affiliate chapter. Bitcoin down the road, the chief scientist of the Bitcoin Foundation, Gavin Andreessen. How many of you have heard about Gavin? Name, yeah, okay. So he was basically handed off the Bitcoin protocol from Satoshi when Satoshi decided he was going to, in essence, go off the radar. Gavin said in about 10 years, he thinks that we're not going to even be thinking about Bitcoin. We're probably not going to have a Bitcoin conference because it's going to become boring, so commonplace. I mean, do we have a lot of conferences about credit cards these days? Not as much. You know, people don't really get too excited about credit cards. So that's one of the main goals, to make Bitcoin more mainstream. But I also see that there's going to be a lot of further development of technology on top of the Bitcoin protocol. So we're seeing this already with platforms and even various altcoins and opportunities like the Ethereum project, which are Bitcoin 2.0 projects. So maybe, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more about your thoughts on Bitcoin 2.0 projects and recap what you shared about.
Sure. So I think one thing that's really, really unique about Slovenia is the fact that it is so small. And so you can drive across the country in 2.5 hours at control. You can get anywhere in a short period of time. And that's, you know, you can look at that as a negative, and I look at it as a huge opportunity in the Bitcoin community, because Bitcoin touches so many different spaces. You know, it touches finance, it touches government, it touches technology. And in a country like Slovenia, you can reach out and get in front of your local government agency easily. You can, you know, as these guys are about to undertake, you can get in front of those folks. Whereas in a larger country, you might not be able to, right? And that will really allow you to make an impact on the local regulation and the local banking environment as well too. So I think that's a huge advantage that Slovenia has over a lot of other countries.
For me, the key takeaway of the conference, I will describe it a little bit detailed. When I initially learned that there is a Bitcoin conference being organized in Slovenia, I said, well, somebody is really, really brave approaching this. So, and then I researched who that was. I got in contact with Gregor and with Ram. And my initial contact was really like a contact with the takeaway from that was that these are the two guys that are really passionate about this. That this is not like, you know, okay, we're in the business communications business and this is one of our events, but this was the event for them. They have very limited resources, and when I learned about that, I decided to help them. And so I offered my help, they accepted my help, and I actively participated in like recent weeks leading to the conference, and we made great progress. I personally contributed additional resources to the conference, and I would like to point out and give a round of applause for two guys that you maybe did not notice. Those is Sebastian and his colleague. They've been taping all the sessions, and we will be producing them and posting them. And they will be posted on YouTube channel, so you can review them. And if you missed anything on the conference, this will be shared to the community. So can we have a round of applause for us? Thank you. And also, when I communicated and shared my views on this conferences in Ljubljana with my colleagues, I generally got a positive feedback with some skeptics, and those skeptics are not skeptics anymore today. And so I think this conference as a first one is a success, and I hope that we will be able to pull one off next year, which will be more regionally involved. So we will have participation really from the whole region. Because today I think it's mostly Slovenians, but we have attendees from Italy, I know, from I think Romania, and I think maybe Ram or somebody else can fill more on that. Can you, Ram?
Yeah, I need a mic.
In general, we cover the Adriatic region. That's really the work. So the Adriatic region, we have half of the Adriatic region.
Yes, but we had attendees physically from all the Adriatic regions, or?
Okay. So namely, Serbia, Bulgaria, Croatia, Austria, Italy, Slovenia. Yeah, I think that's that.
So yeah, I don't think we missed any major ones. So.
Yeah, so I mean, that just touches upon the global nature of Bitcoin, but also locally. And something too, I think, for you guys to be thinking about, as you go back and you talk with your colleagues or friends and family about this Bitcoin conference you want to, be prepared to be met with what we in the United States call FUD, fear, uncertainty, doubt. And to be able to then have facts to say, no, Bitcoin is beyond, that myth in the news. And maybe we can use this time to kind of debunk some of the myths of Bitcoin. And if you guys still have any of those myths, we use that term myth, I don't know if it's the same in Slovenia, but just kind of one myth would be Bitcoin is just used for illicit activity or illegal activity, or Bitcoin is 100% anonymous, can't trace it, or Mt. Gox, cause Bitcoin to have a bad image. So if we want to, I don't know if we want to go through some of those myths just to give you guys some more tools to go talk to your business partners with or your friends and family with. The first one, Bitcoin is just used for illicit activity. I mean, I think it's pretty clear just from like the first set of talks with Steve sharing about all the business benefits. When I talked about the whole global financial inclusion thing, what are your thoughts of things to kind of give the audience of, the positives of Bitcoin and debunking some of those myths?
I think one of the aspects is to give very concrete cases. Like you go to see a tax department and you say, hello, I would like to declare my Bitcoins. And he will have to think about it. That's the first point. So you can, because if you are making yourself use in a regular way of Bitcoins, and then you try to use it, you declare to your tax authority, you declare this, I don't know, to any official bodies around you, and you show this on the website, and you act as if it was normal. Then people will be surprised because they say, hey, why this guy is doing it? It's completely normal. So yeah, that's one trick I use, and this year we will have the first declarations in Bitcoin in Switzerland, for example, because the government asked to do so. So we'll do that. And but even though it's going to happen, last week we had a discussion. A friend of mine had a discussion with a tax authority from one specific state, and the answer was Bitcoin. So. That's one item, one step, and then it's to give perspective. It's I give a good figure. The market capitalization of Bitcoin is now between 8 and 10 billions. It changes, and we saw a figure recently between the border of Mexico and the U.S. You have cash moving for drug related issues, and it's 39 billion per year. So if we want to tackle money laundering or using money you prefer, you should attack US dollar and not Bitcoin.
Absolutely, and there are plenty of examples of that. I mean, in the U.S., we talk about different banking behaviors, and there recently have been some incidences of former Bitcoin CEOs getting in trouble. But if you look at, history of, how governments are reacting to money and how certain banks are laundering large sums of money, I mean, the facts are just there. Like you mentioned, just having those facts at your fingertips. But also, I think the big thing is recognizing that if you are involved in a new technology, you're under a microscope, whether it was the start of the internet or Bitcoin. And there's a phrase that we use, another phrase we use in the U.S. a lot, keep your side of the street clean. So really recognize the potential of this technology and use it for good. And really practice, business integrity, especially if you are doing a startup, and also seek out, the regulations in your jurisdiction and abide by those. And then obviously have dialogue. Maybe if you guys want to talk about that a little bit, just in terms of the regulatory elements, there are some onerous regulations in place that you can't just disregard them. So how do you handle that? I mean, you're in leadership in Switzerland. And
what we did is we did two things. First, we really studied. You have to go back to what money is, okay? And you discover that actually even people who work in banks, have no clue how money is working, traditional money. So when you come with a new type of money or something that can be used as money, they think they have no clue how to find answers. So we went to documents that were in Switzerland dating from the 99. That's the moment where Switzerland did the same thing as the US. They cut off the peg between the gold and the Swiss francs. And they created a whole documentation about what is the monetary doctrine from that time. And when we looked at this, we discovered that in Switzerland, Switzerland is a multi-currency country. Actually, they accept that, and it's part of the system. And we have other currencies like beer, for example. And if you would ban Bitcoin in Switzerland, you would have to ban other currencies which are much more important for Switzerland right now. So what we did, we published it. We showed it. We say, hey, look what we found. And just put it on a regular way. And we said this to some politicians and whatever, so some people. So we just pointed out to that. That was one element. The other element we did is regarding the media. So we have a Swiss Bitcoin Association. We have some, of course, people who are involved in there. And we have, in Switzerland, it's a very closed network community. You can in terms of business, you can very easily talk to parliamentarian or administration, whatever. So there was one guy who actually made a very strong position against Bitcoin, and he was the one who reacted with the Federal Council report. And so we just went to see him, we talked to him, and the next article we read with his comment was, well, actually, I'm less and less skeptical about Bitcoins, and definitely the Swiss industry should not miss that point. So, and since then, in all the financial newspaper in Switzerland or the political newspaper, there's no single negative word about Bitcoin. So I think the lobby went this way about this.
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful approach. Do you guys?
But just one last point, but we have to be proactive. We have to go and get the people.
Absolutely. Do you guys have thoughts about?
Well, I can share a thought. I think in Slovenia right now we're at the point where we face the challenge that Bitcoin brings. Bitcoin is a global phenomenon, and we need to deal with it as such. And if we look at the history of how Slovenia dealt with recent global phenomena, it dealt pretty good. And I would point out the internet, which Luca mentioned about the infrastructure available in internet, and another one is mobile. So mobile, we reacted very favorably. We are very advanced. So I think we need to repeat that with Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, I think another talking point is just when you're dialoguing with business leaders or even leaders in government, just to say, why not take the lead in technology? And oftentimes, if you're safe about it, there's nothing to lose. It's just another form of revenue coming in for a business, another opportunity for exploration, technology-wise, and you know, it depends on what government system you're in. Some government systems are very entrenched in their ways, even if their ways are not the best. I'm sure Alexis can attest to that. But just to stress that this is innovation, and there's much more to come, and get on the bandwagon, you know, catch on to this technology. I guess maybe we can talk about some educational resources.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, do you guys have questions right now?
I'll buy some drink if they ask it.
Questions? What you think? Here's a question.
Sorry.
Yes, thank you. It's a little bit off topic, but still I believe it concerns our matter today. Well, since Bitstamp is such a big and important player in BTC world, I really miss those guys here today. How come?
Actually, are you addressing to the management or to the speakers?
Well, to anyone who can tell me anything about it.
I can answer you after the panel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting for everyone here.
All right. Well, maybe Gregor can answer. They are busy.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is something our
They are very busy. We showed an email. We invited them, but unfortunately, the founders are very busy. They're not in Slovenia. As I hear from Luca, they're on vacation.
That's something to, so I don't know if it pays entire history, but
Let me add something. I mean, Bitstamp, they were very present at yesterday's networking event, physically. Not the owners, but a substantial number of team.
So they're not.
Well, they are busy, but you know, the best teams know how to. They're knowledgeable, they know how to work, and they know how to party. So yesterday, when there was a time to party, they certainly joined us.
So BitPay started in Atlanta, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, BitPay is headquartered in Atlanta. Atlanta, Georgia is actually the payment capital of the U.S. payment processing. There are a lot of different, you know, credit card companies based there. Banks, and so we started there, but we're now fully global. So we have an office in San Francisco, which we're actually growing out of. We're just about to grow out of our 4th Atlanta office. And we have an office in Amsterdam. We just moved into a larger office there, an office in Buenos Aires, Argentina, an office in Tucumán, Argentina. And so, you know, that's just the path of some Bitcoin startups. We were founded in March of 2011 and have truly expanded since then and grown. And there are a lot of Bitcoin startups like that. And I think we're going to see more and more of that trend of these companies that, even some companies here today, in a year or 2 years, think of how large they can be. In April of 2013, BitPay had about 7 to 12 employees. Now we're over 65 to 70 employees around the world. So the Bitcoin space, I mean, this is just something, you know, if you're not involved yet, even owning a Bitcoin, the technology is just rapidly expanding and growing. It's you know, exponential growth, not just slow. You know, I get in sooner rather than later.
So the question I actually want to ask is sort of related to this: is how do you guys look after the community of Atlanta now? I know you guys organized a conference and stuff like that before. Did you change anything now that you've moved to San Francisco, or are you still focused there?
Yeah, I mean, BitPay is a global company. We have merchants that we've signed up in Atlanta, just as in any state in the U.S. We have good relationship with, the Atlanta Fed, having dialogues there. They're very interested in what we're doing. Relationship with the startup community. There's actually a vibrant startup community in Atlanta. But again, we're really focused on kind of that global push right now. But we welcome any merchants that abide by our terms and contract.
Any more questions?
What do you think would take for Bitcoin to come out of beta?
I think that it's already out of beta. If you think about all the things that you can buy with Bitcoin, I mean, you guys can attest to this. I've gotten airfare, hotel stays, anything online. I mean, there are a lot of interesting services out there as well. I don't know.
It's just that we hear my current warnings about people calm down. Bitcoin still has many bugs.
So it's still, I mean, the idea that you all need to recognize is it's still a new technology. It's only been around for a little over 5 years, and but the point is, it's becoming more and more mainstream. So you can use it, you can hold on to it, but you also have to recognize the risks. When people are able to start to pay their taxes in Bitcoin, and I mean, that's going to be another thing where Bitcoin is going to become more mainstream. But
yeah, if you compare it to the internet, today, if you are cutting off the internet in an office, everything stops. So I would guess the point would be when people do not have access to the Bitcoin network, everything stops. That would be maybe the signal, and it can come very quickly and without noticing it.
In my view, beta is kind of wrong term to apply to Bitcoin. I find it weird, and the reason why is because beta has been applied to the products of the centralized companies, and they use the term beta to basically limit their liabilities. And we don't have any of that in the Bitcoin network. So that's how I see it.
yeah, and just lastly, when Mike Curran put out that statement, he's just really heeding caution. I mean, you have to treat Bitcoin like you treat anything else. I mean, be wise in terms of your financial portfolio. The biggest thing is to diversify your financial portfolio. Have good storage options. I mean, don't ever be too trusting. What Bitcoin has really taught us is to not be too trusting of one specific company, one specific wallet provider, to guard ourselves financially, to understand different financial risks and fluctuations in prices and all, and to even have our Bitcoin stored in different wallets and cold storage, hot wallets. Do you guys have things to chime in with that? Yeah.
I would add that maybe that technology as such, I think it's appropriate, and it's out of beta as far as I'm concerned technically, for the adoption rate. But as the adoption rate increases, there will be certainly technical challenges that will need to be addressed, as with any global system, such as Facebook didn't look anything like it looks today when there were 2 million users. So it's a completely different system. And another thing is Google, Gmail, all of that. And the same is going to happen with Bitcoin. As the adoption rate grows, I think that there will be technical challenges, and I think we have people that are knowledgeable enough that they will be addressed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even just think about the different web browsers that were used. I think the first one I used in school was like Netscape Navigator, very old school in the US. But now you have so many other advanced options, and just think of the progression of technology. And we're at an early stage, but certainly not, I wouldn't say we're beta. Questions?
Thank you. Just in short, if someone can tell me, like, if you're right now, if you're not a miner, why would you buy stuff with Bitcoin? First, you need to go to an exchange, expose yourself to great volatility risk, then have a wallet, and it's quite a complicated procedure and risk as well. Thank you.
I think there was a good answer yesterday. If you want, in the first one of the first sessions, there has to be a compelling advantage for the user at first to get in. So if you are providing Bitcoin payments to your customers, they need to have something off, something extra. An extra beer if they come to the restaurant and they pay with Bitcoin. They need to gain something out of it to be interested if you want to promote Bitcoin. I think that's going to be one of the challenges of Bitcoin. If you look at the same time, Bitcoin is developing very rapidly. At the same time, look at all the other technologies which are being developed in terms of payment systems right now, mobile payment systems, which are not linked to Bitcoin. So the latest one we have heard is Apple Pay, okay, which is seems a clone of Google Wallet or something like this. But in Switzerland, for example, we have Swisscom, which is a phone company who came up with an NFC solution to pay with your cards on it, and they already changed all the terminals in the whole Switzerland are changed to be adapted to this, and you can just switch easily with that. And it's much more easier because everyone has a bank account, so it's very difficult to see the advantage. So we are competing against this, and we have to be smarter and making better things. And eventually, at the end, if we organize well, because the transaction is direct and we can have it more streamlined, then it will be cheaper. At the beginning, it might not be cheaper because you have to go, you have to take a risk, and you have companies, for example, if you have an ATM like here. Actually, why do they charge something? Because they take the risk for you to bring the Bitcoin directly in your country, instead of you have to go to a weird setup where you have a company in one country, a bank account in another, and it's all mixed up, and that's a risk for the consumer. So yeah, we have to make that right, and the competition is hard. So giving an advantage, really a good advantage to the consumer to see that they are right. So we have to find those use cases in terms of privacy, for example. That's a key factor.
In my view, it depends from the use case. I think you cannot look at the Bitcoin as something final presented to you, whether you want to take it or not. It really depends on the use case. For example, merchants or businesses, small businesses that are low margin businesses, clearly benefit by getting paid by Bitcoin. And if they want to have a fiat money, they can exchange that on a spot rate and don't lose any. So I think this is the case. On the other hand, they need to turn around and then offer some additional benefits for a consumer to pay for the Bitcoin. I think you have to look at it as an evolving system as such. And so this is how I see it. For example, for the Euro area, I think Euro is very low volatility right now. So if you have on the other side something that has a high volatility, clearly there's some, that's not an advantage. And I think people should also and will act out of support. So we need to support the system to nurture the system. And I would point out the use case here with Elizabeth. She came from the United States, and she gets paid in Bitcoin, as I know, right? Yeah. So for her, it was a great thing that she walked through the hotel lobby and exchanged her Bitcoins into euros, and not to worry about exchanging dollars or using her credit cards and being charged with non-favorable exchange rate to the back to the US dollar. That's how I see it.
There's also one point regarding how the banking sector is oppressed with their overregulation, and they're living through a very, very difficult moment actually right now with American pressure in terms of taxes. They have to clean up. For example, FATCA is something which is affecting all over the world. And they have to comply to this, and the cost of complying is extremely high. So they're more concerned about what is happening to them, and if they refuse sometimes Bitcoin companies, it's actually they refuse any financial intermediates, and they refuse anything which is creating a risk above what they have to manage. And so I'll give you a funny example of in Switzerland. There's a white label credit card system, which is providing a card for several banks. They decided out of the blue to tax if you pay by a credit card online, and if they can identify that the website is an e-gaming website, they charge 4%. And so they start to discriminate between the types of this transaction you are doing. And that's an example of they do this because it creates high risk. It has running costs for them, which is higher, of course. But if I would be a gambler for using this type of card, I would switch to Bitcoin, which would much be easier, and they don't have control of that. Or you have cases like the amounts you can move out of an account are limited, and you have even in certain countries like Cyprus, we mentioned at one point, where the banks were directly taking part of the money, and these are the bad work of or the bad reaction of the banks will push people to Bitcoin or to Bitcoin-related or cryptocurrency in general. That's also an effect that you can expect. So it's difficult because the banks are innovating with those new systems, but at the same time they are acting in a way. Every time they will block the people free choice, then the people will have a incentive to go to Bitcoin. So we have to find out those scenarios. So like example, this example I gave in Switzerland. And propose to those people, say, hey, you can use Bitcoin for that, for that specific use.
But I think we can all agree that for the time being, Bitcoin is not user-friendly for an average Joe, so to say. Or it is.
Well, it's getting a lot better than it was, yeah. So that's the good news. And services like BitPay and CoinBase that make it really easy and accessible for folks to get into and out of the ecosystem. And CoinBase launching in 13, 14 countries yesterday is just huge news. Like that's really going to open it up.
Yeah, and I think just recognizing though, again, just taking it back to why Bitcoin is different than traditional payment methods. In the US, I'm sure you guys heard about what happened with Target. There were thousands of people with their identity compromised who had to have their credit card shut down. That never would have happened with Bitcoin. So although, I mean, there's a sense that it's Bitcoin user-friendly, it's actually more user-friendly in that it's more secure. Before I started using Bitcoin, I felt pretty comfortable buying something online or even swiping my card, but then when you realize if you start to think about the risks that you put yourself through by putting down all of your contact information, your credit card online, who knows how secure a site is. Anytime you swipe your card, I mean, it was just people going to Target, say buying some groceries or buying just one item, swiping their card, having their identity completely compromised. That doesn't happen with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a push payment system, trustless system. So I think we're going to see more and more people waking up to the risks of traditional payment methods beyond just the frustrations of high transaction fees, or if you're traveling overseas, those big transaction fees. I mean, using a credit card overseas, you're going to have those fees taken out. But just the secure nature of the Bitcoin payment system. And again, as you mentioned, payment processors expanding and providing, more opportunities for merchants. At BitPay, we have over 40,000 merchants signed on internationally, and we provide them a 0% transaction fee. So there's an incentive for merchants, but then also for the consumer who wants to buy something, again, no risk whatsoever of identity theft inherently because it's a push payment system.
Yeah, I'm not sure I 100% agree with that. So, like, Bitcoin itself, there's no identity theft, but there's still the companies built on top of Bitcoin, right? So the great example there is when Docs went through its entire turmoil and went down in flames. The database was leaked, and the database had actually the guys who stole it sold it off, and it had everyone's Bitcoin address and then a passport stepped up right next to it. So I'm not sure that you get away from identity theft just by going into the Bitcoin ecosystem.
Right. I mean, it's more so though when you're making those basic transactions, and that's an extreme case. That has not happened many times. I mean, people are people. They're innocents in all systems, but the essence of any time when you're talking about just going user-friendly, making a purchase, Bitcoin is certainly more user-friendly because if I'm going to make a purchase, all I have to do is take my smartphone, scan a QR code, and send Bitcoin versus putting in all my credit card information.
Sure. I just don't see that there's no reason why that can happen at BitPay, CoinBase. I mean, it's the same as what happens at Target or Visa or all those.
Depends on how. So BitPay is decentralized. We're on the blockchain versus off the blockchain. So, and there are more security measures in place. And this just goes to show, I think we're hitting upon an important issue, just the development of the ecosystem. We're still only 5 years in, so there's a lot more to happen. But what we're seeing more and more, even since Mt. Gox, a push for decentralized Bitcoin exchanges, a push for more secure wallets, a push for more, education on even how to secure your Bitcoin.
No, well, you're right. It pushes also for us to really think about the link with the people. And the Bitcoin community should be also pushing for projects like Namecoin and any initiative that goes in a way that the people can, if they want, as I said, it has to be multiple, they have to have the choice still and be in control, but to create identities they can use. And then, okay, once you have, imagine you have a system with a Bitcoin money and a Namecoin identity, and you go to a merchant, and basically you don't need to give them anything else than your than what is transparent, and they can use that to send you goods. Then you're completely secure. So we have to push that way, but it has to be. There's a question of control, because when you start talking about identity, it's very easy to link people with a hard link. That's what you don't want to have, because otherwise you have government issues that can come in.
Okay, my last question. What do you guys think? Bitcoin was created as an experiment, or there was a plan behind it? Thanks a lot.
Sure. So I mean, you can't say this for certain. Released early 2009, late 2008, something like that. Obviously, there was a big financial issue that happened, just months prior to that. It wouldn't be. I've scanned the project, like looked over the source code. This is a wildly complex project, so it's not something that someone could probably turn around in a couple months and get out the door. This is probably something that somebody worked on for years and years and years before it was released. But the timing of the release is, I think, quite telling in terms of a desire to make an impact on something that happened that they were reacting to. Would be my guess.
Yeah, even so, the founder, we don't even know if the founder's a male, a female, or a group of individuals funded by the government, or it was a project that would have been funded by the government, but it took a different course. We have no clue, and I think that's one of the best parts about Bitcoin, the anonymity factor of the founder. But I guess to touch upon how this has just started a new way of thinking. It changes the course of finances when we start thinking about things being more digital. Bitcoin was not and is not the first cryptocurrency, but certainly has served as a catalyst for us to consider more of our privacy, financial rights, and also how we're transacting, what money is. So regardless of what the initial intent was of the founder, it certainly has started more of a movement, I would say. But just some ideas on that?
In my view, the concept might be viewed as an experiment. The implementation certainly not. And I think that the fact that Satoshi Nakamoto chose to remain anonymous fits well with the concept of cryptocurrencies. I think if we would have a known individual who would be declared as an inventor or founder, would not be as well fitted as in this case as that we have an anonymous person doing that.
I just want to add to that. I think that's Bitcoin's like stroke of genius is the anonymous trader. So do you guys know Litecoin? You ever heard of Litecoin? Yeah. So I had dinner with the guy who made Litecoin maybe 6 months ago, and he's like, okay, so how did you come up with this Litecoin idea? Like, okay, well, it wasn't all that hard. I was working at Google. I was just hacking. I was reading the forums, and people were complaining that Bitcoin, there wasn't enough of them. Transactions were too slow. Blah blah blah. So I took the fork of Bitcoin. I slapped it together. It took me 4 hours to make Litecoin. 4 hours, right? It's amazing. And he said he spent way longer thinking about the marketing behind how to position Litecoin. So, and everything went into Litecoin is silver to Bitcoin's gold. That was his message that he got out, right? And a large part of any crypto token is the marketing behind it, right? And again, for Bitcoin, it's pure stroke of marketing genius is the fact that this person may or may not exist, may or may not be 1 to 100 different people, may or may not be run by the government. It could be anything, right? And that gets people talking about it. It stokes the fires and it keeps things sort of rolling along.
Also think about just the security element of if someone finds out who this so-called Satoshi is, there are plenty of people who want to shut Bitcoin down because it's a threat. It's a disruptive technology. I mean, I'm sure you guys have heard that phrase before, disruptive technology. That's what Bitcoin is, along the lines with other peer-to-peer decentralized technologies. But it's making a difference. It's making things happen. It's reaching people around the world. But there are certainly folks who would like to shut something like Bitcoin down because it's a threat to the current structure. But my question to all of you, for you to be thinking about as you leave the conference is the current structure really working? If we have something like Bitcoin that is proving, probably not.
Just about the anonymity of Satoshi. We need myth, so when you're if you want to build something really big, you need some part of mystic approach, and when you'll be old, you will be saying to your kids, imagine what happened that time. There was this tool that we used and we didn't know, and there's a lot of stories you can tell behind. That's really important because that drives you, drives your energy there. So it's important to have myth around even very technological aspects like this.
Other questions?
There's more questions out there. I know that one guy asks a lot of questions. Anyone else? Well, we have some other questions.
No, yeah, maybe there was one slide that I didn't go through, and actually the question was also what can individuals do to push for Bitcoin awareness at least? I think one of the aspect is to be very proactive and to go and talk to local politicians, local politicians, local authorities, and to make them aware. Oh, do you know there's Bitcoin is happening? Maybe he will tell it's just crap. Okay, fine, but you heard the word. You heard the word at least once, and And also you can talk about things which are around Bitcoin, like privacy issues and things like this. And it's important to talk about it. These people hear it once, then they ask a second, then they come back 2 weeks later saying, "You talked to me about Bitcoin." Okay. Then they ask more, and then a couple of, and by experience, anyone who has been understanding Bitcoin at one point is not more a critic anymore. And if you want to achieve them, if you want to really, if you want really to make them desperate, once they understood Bitcoin, and one day, once they understood how the revolution which is behind Bitcoin, and give them a couple of days, they come back to you and they start to have ideas about, because that's also a key thing, is that Bitcoin brings a lot of ideas to anyone. Then you will talk about Ethereum, and then you see the reaction. It's question.
So you brought up Ethereum there. So let's actually one more before we go on to that. So we're talking about why people would use Bitcoin earlier, and I didn't get a chance to jump into that. So it's got to be somebody like Snoop Dogg, who's like, you can only buy my album with Bitcoin, you know, or Nike doing like a custom shoe line and just be like, you can only get this shoe if you purchase the Bitcoin. And I think you're going to start to see companies and groups jump on, because you get a lot of hype out of, and a lot of marketing voice out of just joining the Bitcoin circus. I don't know what the right word is. And you'll see some companies and organizations start to look at things that way. And another example I use here is my buddy Wendell Davis, who runs a company called Hive Wallet. So they're completely, I think they have 7 or 8 people on the team, globally distributed. There's no bank account for the company. It's registered in the Cayman Islands or something like that. All the investments come in Bitcoin. All the employees are paid with Bitcoin. Wendell does the exact same thing that Elizabeth does. goes to a country, meets someone there, sells off some coins with local Bitcoins, you know, to get enough walking around change to get through the day, and meet some interesting folks that way as well too. So just as a, you know, he's gone way down the Messiah path of living your life on Bitcoin, but it's entirely possible today in 2014 to not only live your life but run a company completely in that ecosystem. Oh, and then 2.0 Ethereum.
2.0, yeah. So maybe the question. So I don't know how many people heard about Ethereum. Yeah, a couple of them. Okay. And so the other ones, I urge you to read the white paper of Ethereum. Just make a quick description of what Ethereum is. Bitcoin actually is very simple. It's just a token that you are exchanging between people. The technology behind the blockchain, that's the real revolution, and it's very interesting. But with Ethereum, the ether that you exchange is not only a token, it's also carrying a lot of other data, and it can carry a script. So you can actually execute scripts on the blockchain. And then only your imagination has a limit, because you can script anything you want. You can script a decentralized Dropbox. That's one of the cases they mentioned, and they're building it, I think. What else? You can script
elections. Elections.
A voting system. Yeah. You can script a coin on top of Ethereum. You can script autonomous agents. An association would be completely decentralized. So the idea is that everything is open. Now the thing is that they are getting a lot of attention. They raised a lot of money, about 20 million Swiss francs, something like this. They're in Zug in Switzerland, and they have a large community around the world with meetups. And basically, if it works, it could render Bitcoin obsolete. That's an option. So my question to you, because you have, I think, your position is, what's the relation? Will Ethereum take off? Like something will take off, or will we try to merge features of Ethereum inside Bitcoin? And if it takes off, what happens with Bitcoin?
Yeah, those are all good questions. So first thing, Ethereum. So wind back a little bit before that. It's who's heard of Mastercoin? Okay, a few people. So Mastercoins was another kind of technology built on top of like Bitcoin that people were talking about being absolutely revolutionary. And started with a really tight core team, and the community grew really, really quickly, and then the project kind of collapsed underneath it, right? And I have concerns, I'd say, about Ethereum or any project or any company that grows at that pace. Is it sustainable? Can you maintain the culture? Who's heard of Vitalik as sort of the brains behind Ethereum? Why is he going to conferences? You know, like, we should have Vitalik in a room somewhere just doing his thing for the next year and really focusing in on the project. And the other issue is too is they promised a lot, you know, and I love the idea and the concept, and I love what the promise of what that project would actually accomplish. I'm not sure whether it's Ethereum that's actually going to execute on that, or if it's Bitcoin. You know, the core developers, you know, start getting together and go, whoa, like this project has this cool bit that we could, in essence, build on top of our blockchain as well too, and you end up with this race between, you know, the various projects. The concept is going to come out, but there's a very big difference between raising 20 million Swiss francs and executing on this vision of this project, which is absolutely like earth-shaking, right? Especially when you're trying to corral a team that's growing, you know, basically exponentially. So that would be my concern about that project, but I hope it does well, and I think one of those two will definitely win.
So just a very, if it does well, what happens to Bitcoin?
Yeah, so Bitcoin or any new, so the internet or Facebook's a network, right? And the only reason Facebook has value is because everyone else is there. So, you know, like that's why Facebook has value. And Bitcoin, in a lot of ways, you could look at it as the network effect of Bitcoin. And so not only have a lot of people jumped into this world and are, you know, accepting and embracing it, there's a lot of really serious, credible people that have thrown money into it, and more importantly than that, they've thrown a lot of social capital into it. They've thrown their names behind it and said, this is the future that I want to build, and we're going in that direction. So for that reason, I think it's going to be very hard to for something to dethrone Bitcoin from its current sort of state. I think it'll happen eventually. I mean, there was like Friendster, and then MySpace, and then Facebook. And there will be something after Facebook. Like, there's no question in my mind. There will be something after Bitcoin. But you know, you're going to have a really rough time getting Facebook off the top spot right now. And someone will do it eventually. Like, there's no question. But I don't think it's happening anytime soon. Question? Yeah.
They are not focusing on the financial things. Like this will say, Bitcoin is the best here. They are looking more into, like you said, contracts and decentralizing the web. So it started like just contracts in blockchain, but now they have two additional parts. You know, called like torrent-like protocol and all the different companies like Amazon could be built in this decentralized ways. So I think they don't even have time to compete with like the transaction with Bitcoin. So it's not a competition. It's Bitcoin is for finance and Ethereum is decentralized web. Yeah.
Yes, I agree with what you said. I want to expand from what Jesse said. There has been a lot of execution that happened in Bitcoin space, so that's not a risk. But the execution is still at risk with the other project. And I think it's a great concept. I hope they succeed, and they're worth supporting at this time. So.
Yeah. So in no way, shape, or form, I say don't support the Ethereum project. I think it's wonderful. I think those guys and gals behind it are incredible. I just know from personal experience, there's a big difference between raising a lot of capital and executing on a vision. And I hope that team could pull it off, and if not, then somebody else.
Yeah, so I think just to like tie, we have about 3 minutes left, but to tie everything up, I mean, just from some of our examples, for you guys to just know that Bitcoin is such a powerful technology that you can build on top of it, and if not on top of the Bitcoin protocol, build on top of the ideas which make Bitcoin so great. You know, ideas of decentralization, a trustless system, a peer-to-peer network, you know, and truly innovation in a global sense. Ethereum is just one project that is taking maybe Bitcoin to the next level, that phrase Bitcoin 2.0, but be prepared for more projects like that and more applications on top of the blockchain. You know, and just that digital payments are going to become more mainstream. You have major large-scale banks looking into digital payments. They have been for years, but Bitcoin has served as more of a catalyst, I would say.
Yeah, so I can make my own small conclusion. Yeah, with closing statement. Let's make it take the environmental part, because that's also an important element actually. And one of the critics of Bitcoin is say, hey, you are burning so much electricity just to do Bitcoin and do your stuff on the internet. And it's a very interesting and very serious argument, and we have to take care. But it's a very simple calculation. So Bitcoin is for financial world, as you were saying, it's transactions. And if you compare the Bitcoin network, actually what it does, if you compare what resources are currently being used within the banks to sustain the same kind of transaction, you see that the banks are consuming way more. There's some calculation you can find easily. So if someone tells you you're burning electricity for nothing, you say, well, no, actually, we're 100 times more efficient than banks, and it's actually also good for the environment. Bitcoin is good for the environment. It's good.
Yeah, I think, you know, Bitcoin, Ethereum, all those projects are great. Both of them started as basically a white paper, which is absolutely amazing that someone just wrote down some words, published on the internet, and then all of this happened. When you think about it objectively. So I think that's just the age we live in now, where individuals and groups can get together and create projects like this. You don't need permission from governments. You don't need a degree. You don't need a boss to tell you what to do. You can say, there's a problem in the world. I'm going to present a solution as to how it might be solved. And the world can kind of vote with you by joining in or not in that example. So Bitcoin, I think, is one of the first examples of really good, you know, kind of implementation of that.
My final thought would be that when you look at the Bitcoin, you need to look at it long term, and you need to start using it short term.
Great. So just, I thought it'd be good to share some resources with you guys of places where you can go for more information. Some of the news sites. There's Bitcoin Magazine, bitcoinmagazine.com. There's CoinDesk, coindesk.com. There's Cointelegraph. Those are really Bitcoin-specific sites, so you can learn more about what's going on in the industry. Also, bitcoinfoundation.org, and is it si.bitcoinfoundation.org, so the new Slovenian site. So that's just something for you guys just to continue to keep aware of the news in the space, and it's just growing and growing, and certainly mainstream news media as well. But I think it's time to wrap up the panel. Thanks so much, guys, for sticking around for this last panel and for participating in the conference.
Okay, this is it. We are at the end. This was the closing act of first regional conference. Thank you. Thank you. And of course, thank you. I hope you enjoyed, learned something, get new friends, business partners, and hopefully we'll see you next year, right? Wow.
Thank you.